session. Hi, welcome to session 60 of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch. And with me today, we've got my lovely cast members. We've got Just Harry, everybody's favourite AI. We've got Khadija Al Kubra, everyone's favourite book talk recommender. We have got... everybody's got the wrong names again. Damn it, why does this keep happening? We've got Patron of Chaos, everybody's favourite healer slash mildly terrifying
midget
shadow wielder. And we've got Ash Howard Music, everyone's favourite look at me the wrong way and I'll fucking cut you and you won't see it coming. A couple of things I want to talk about before we go into the recap, guys. Number one, the session zeros for our next mini campaign, Welcome to the Academy, have been completed. All that remains is for when we are going to get everything moving. Within the next week, hopefully by the middle of next week, I hope to be able to reveal to you the players that are going to be taking part. And then we will start releasing little snippets from there, but do keep your eyes on the social medias for that. There was a second thing I wanted to talk about, and it's went out of my head because ADHD is in fact a bitch. That was it. If people hear my daughter faintly crying in the background, please don't worry. My daughter is she's just not feeling very well. She's got a cold and she can't really breathe all that well, and she's got a bit of a cough, so she's very cryy because, well, she's a sensitive wee soul. Alright? So if you hear a wee crying in the background, I would like everybody to know she's perfectly fine. She's just got a cold, and she handles a cold like her father, which is to say, not well. So, yeah, that's everything for me for the housekeeping. So I'm going to pass on over to my players. Guys, what the hell happened last session?
So, like, we teleported to a random place. We were a few hours away from Russet Falls.
We were indeed.
So we had a few spells go off so that we could transport faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Crested the walls, and it was like a surrounded on all sides, but the opposition seemed to hate each other in the middle kind of situation.
Yeah, you're very correct. There was definitely evidence on the journey there and around about the outside of the walls of Russet Falls that both of the assailing forces, who are supposed to be allies, seem to have definitely had some small skirmishes among themselves. Whether that means that can be exploited, who knows?
And we got to meet with Koljata and Logan, who is safe. Who's thankfully safe right now, and Reverie got to talk with him about like how the Crooked Man's after you. What the heck did you do?
And there was some revelations about that as well, was there not?
Yeah, there was. Reverie found out that the Crooked Man and Logan had made a deal, and Logan overlooked some wording. Some very fey wording.
Some very fey words thrown in there.
Yeah.
The devil's in the details.
Yeah, sometimes literally.
I thought you just said Sheila's in the details, and I was like, you're kind of right.
I was about... well, you have to make a quick amendment to it. It's the devil who wears Prada is in the details.
Glad he didn't have Sheila around to like look over the document, make sure it was like doubled over, like annotated, and like whatever she's done with contracts before and canonically in game.
I need it to be
Sheila
said.
as a lawyer, terrifying.
I need it to be said right now. if there is ever a movie made of this campaign, Meryl Streep must play Sheila. It will be perfect. Yes. So, we found out that Logon made a deal with the Crooked Man in order to get the cure for the plague that was ravaging Autumn at the time, or the lower, the lesser villages at the time. And in doing so, he made a promise that, the Crooked Man would get wings that would work. However, he overlooked the part that said wings that would work, which meant the Crooked Man just kept going until he found wings that would work, and they did. None of them have yet, so he's still going. And Logon's been carrying this for close to 7 centuries now. This knowledge. What's gonna happen with it? Who the hell knows? But we're excited to find out. But hey, maybe nothing will happen with it, because for all we know, during this assault, somebody could get to Logon and kill him.
No, because Logon is safe, surrounded by bodyguards and Kol'jat.
You are very correct.
Reverie also doesn't know that they're engaged yet.
Yep, Reverie does not know that they are engaged yet.
Jeez. Still doesn't know that.
Yeah. And we did a little... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go.
I was going to say we did, a little debriefing to Kol'jata, mostly with, Arya trying to be we should prioritize getting people out of here, but, falling on deaf ears because Autumn Eladrin can be stubborn, as you said, but also, resilient, and, we're not going to be scared off into running. And then Elion did the more tactical aspect of it. And then there was a lot of talking when we, got to, the healing pools and stuff, and a little before then. And Sheila and Reverie had some girl chat and drinking mimosas from their flask or something. It just smells very like shooting the shit at brunch kind of thing.
It's brunch with the girlies.
One of my favorite things that happens in this campaign is no matter the situation, no matter how dire, Reverie and Sheila will always somehow have alcohol on them somewhere.
They're well, we'll drink about it. It's a very Autumn thing to do.
It's like 2 middle-aged women after church just chatting shit about everyone that went.
Yeah.
Did you see that Jemima sitting in the front as if she fucking knows what the front's all about?
That's just a peek into Sheila and Reverie far into the future.
I'm pretty sure by Eladrin standards, though, Sheila and Reverie are probably the oldest ones in the party, at least. Ari's probably definitely the youngest, or at least second youngest. But speaking of which...
But even saying that, by Eladrin standards, Sheila and Reverie... Well, Reverie is a fairy, not an Eladrin, but by Fae standards, Sheila and Reverie are children.
Well, I mean, within the party, I mean.
Within the party, I think they are the 2 eldest. But it's like saying who out of this group of toddlers is the oldest. They're fucking toddlers, right? Yeah,
I'm older by 4 months, haha. But yeah, and then
you used to wield that like a knife when you were a kid. Shut up, I'm the oldest. Your birthday's on the same day as me, but I was born 2 hours before you.
What do you mean? One of my best friends is 5 days older than me. He still holds it over me.
I was 1 day older than my best friend, and I held that over literally till the day he died. Oh, alright. Anyways, and then Elion and Arya got to talking as well, and it wound up being really nice character moments between them, especially for Elion, actually showing some genuine advice and concern.
What's that? Elion showed that he actually might give a fuck about the people in this party.
No, never.
Could it be him?
It's all deception.
Wait, hold on a minute. I also seem to remember something else. Did Elion at one point show, dare I say, remorse?
Nope, never.
Yeah, after you verbally, emotionally
the steam, it gets in your head,
That's it, it is that, isn't it? It's the steam, it's the healing pool's problem, right?
Yeah, clearing out your sinuses a bit too well,
Aye, that's what it is. It's clearing out your sinuses and not that baggage you got, bro.
No.
Well, there was nice. I think for me at least, one nice little moment of like character growth for Ari, where she like actually finally like verbalized, yeah, I was abused, which is not an easy thing. So I was proud of her for that one at least. But yeah, it was a lot of good talking between party members. I feel like we still got all like 4 of us like swap notes and stuff and talk before we hit this siege. But at least we finally got a long rest. Not sleep, but a long rest.
We did indeed get a long rest. And now we're going to go back to where we left that, which was, well, to reiterate, you never got a long rest. You're sitting in the pools and you've been in them for a length of time, which gives you the benefits of a long rest.
We still need to sleep.
We need to be specific on that, okay? So
Gotcha.
you are re-energized, your health is back to full, your spell slots are back, but you have not had a long rest. That has to be specifically mentioned. But we are going to go to you guys sitting in those pools still. Sheila, Reverie, you guys are drinking. Par for the course for you guys. Elion, Arya, you guys have had your little conversation. It's been about an hour since you guys arrived here. Okay? Is there anything you guys would like to do while you have this chamber of healing waters to yourselves?
I'm
Listen,
good.
go first.
Arya or Elion, who's going first?
No, I'm good.
Arya, take it away.
All right. I think after she went back to the pool and played that kind of in memoriam song and finally has calmed down at least enough that the emotions aren't overwhelming, she when she feels she's rested enough to be able to like cast a couple of spells, at least she's gonna try and cast sending to 2 people that she needs to check in on. So first I'm gonna cast ascending to Sarin.
Okay, bear with me just a moment. I just realised that I've left my pens in the other room. I'll be back in literally like 15 seconds, just once I've grabbed them, okay?
Okie dokie.
I need pens to take notes.
You know, I'm really jealous of his hair.
Yeah, it's
It's so healthy.
It's so pretty. Like that's way too long for my comfort levels, but like the maintenance that must take to keep it that full and healthy looking.
It's shiny, it's healthy, it's glowing.
It flows like Ashley's hair.
It's giving gorgeous.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Ashley, you okay? You seem a little
Jesus.
quiet today. Hey. Okay, just checking.
He's back. Shh, this never happened.
My pens.
This never happened.
I have my pens.
Everyone,
I'm gonna snitch on you. I hope you know
everyone
that.
remain calm. If you
He's not a T-Rex.
if you snitch,
My aftershave.
you will regret it.
Pens, precious. We've got pencils. Pens, precious. I love my pens. You know what we does with pens, precious? We boil them, mash them, stitch them in stews.
Heads.
Yeah, yes. That is in fact Gollum's favourite food.
Beef and ink stew. Nom nom.
I like the mentality that Gollum took what Sam said to heart, but he couldn't remember what the things were that he said you put in a stew, so he just took everything, boiled it, mashed it, and stuck it in a stew.
So what you're telling me is he's having a bicky brecky.
Absolutely.
I mean, that would actually work with fish, but
So, you were sending sendings out, weren't you, Arya?
yes. First one is to Sarin. Get the thingies out to count.
Sending is a first level spell, yeah?
Unfortunately, no. That is a 3rd level spell, I believe.
Sending is.
Yeah, you might be thinking of messenger, which is like message, which is like a cantrip.
Oh, sending is indeed a 3rd level spell. Okay, cool. Right, so first one to Saren. What are you saying to Saren?
Right. Saren. It's me. Evanon is dead. Please don't ask how. Bad stuff going on involving father. Be safe. Remember to take snack breaks. Love you.
Okay. Okay, that works. Okay. If you get any more that you want to send, you gain the sensation that the message lands with Saren, like it's the, but there's nothing that comes back. Perhaps he's not conscious. Perhaps he's not able to answer. Perhaps he left you unread. It doesn't give you that. All you know is that he received the message. It wasn't stopped or blocked or anything. But it could be anything. It could be that he is asleep or in a trance. That's why he hasn't answered.
Alright, well, at least I know he's alive, so... then the second one I will send to... I know I can't risk sending to Arteranon directly because the last time, in case our father is around him, especially now that I know our father is a part of this coup. But I do remember seeing Nerimia with him, so I'll try and send to Nerimia instead and hope that she can get the message to Arteranon.
Okay.
Right. Nerimia, it's Arya. You and Arteranon safe? Tell him I'm alive. Evanon's flame is out. Be safe. I'm sorry for everything. Send him my love. That's it.
Okay, on that one, you will get an answer back. The answer will come from Nerimia, and it will say, Arya, myself and Arteranon are safe. Are you? Where are you? Can't leave summer. Forces spotted marching from the south. That's what
okay.
All
right. I guess I'll have to use last 3rd level to cast another sending.
Okay. So as a reminder, the long rest effect from these waters, you have to be in them for an hour. Okay?
Right.
So you can choose to not answer and then send this later, so you've still got at least, because what you're doing is you're relying on the idea that the whole party is going to sit in here for another hour. Now you have been told the walls and the gates will hold for 12 hours. That was an hour ago. So you've got 11 hours to play with. So the party might be willing to sit there for another hour. But
okay. Wasn't sure we had that much of a...
You've already used 2 3rd level slots, and you've just said that's your last one. So you don't need to answer right now.
A window of time, so... Okay, yeah, I think she'll try and hold off for now then. And also because part of her is a little suspicious of, like, hesitant telling where exactly their location is unless she knows for sure, like, this is actually Narimia and it won't get to someplace or be overheard mentally by someone who is dangerous. So she'll hold for now and just hope that, at the very least, Narimia will pass on the message to our Terranon. And I forget, did I leave my bag down below or where I changed, or did I bring my stuff up with me? I know I brought my violin.
You left your bag. You left your clothes down on the lower floors with you. The only person who actively stated they brought their stuff to the pool with them was Reverie.
Okay.
That's why Reverie was able to go up. Check out my flask.
Yeah. I think it's just because I'm realizing now that my brain's thinking more clearly again, we are in the capital of Autumn. And we still had a mission of, like, trying to find the rest of the staff of the Four Seasons. So while we have this time, it might behoove me to look at the scrying ball and see maybe the staff is around here somewhere. So Arya will kind of get out of the pool and rush down to get her stuff and bring it up with her, go back in the pool to rest, and she'll take out the ball and also her map that she got. But first she's going to look at the scrying ball and think of, like, the staff of Autumn, because we already have the orb, but we need the staff, so maybe it's somewhere nearby.
Okay. So you're going to try and look for the staff that will connect to the Orb of Autumn to rebuild the scepter.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is it you're wanting to look for that?
Well, it's in the scrying orb that the Archmage from Winter gave me. So I remember it's almost like shows where, like, if you're close within range in a certain radius.
If you're within a certain range of it, it goes off and it lets you know, and it tells you the direction. It doesn't tell you where it is. It doesn't tell you if it's above or below you. It just tells you that way. That just points the direction.
Right.
So you can certainly activate that orb if you would like to, but it's just a reminder that the amount of information it gives you is limited.
Okay, but at the very least it's something. So I'll just, like, I figure from the capital, even if I'm in a pool in the capital, Hot Spring, it's at least some kind of general idea.
Okay.
For talk with the others about it later.
So you get a hold of the orb and you trigger it. And so the one that you're specifically stating is you're looking for the rod of Autumn. You're looking for the scepter piece, or not the scepter piece, the elongated housing for the orb. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I figured the last times we found pieces, they were closer to their season, so it would make sense that at least it's an educated guess.
It's certainly a good path of logic to follow. You take out the orb, you trigger it, but nothing goes off. Nothing pinpoints anywhere here.
Well, worth a shot. Would I be able to see on my map that I got from Yanchi City where the heart of Autumn is in proximity to Russet Falls?
Do you mean the center of the Autumn Lands?
Yeah, I just remember it being described.
Yeah, you would be able to. You've got a more up-to-date map. The heart, as in the dead center of the Autumn Lands, is a little village called Red Sun's Hollow. Like, dead center. This tiny little village. Where you are, you're way closer to the northern coast of this continent than you see the mountains that Russet Falls is built into. If you were to climb up those mountains and just keep walking north, you're about maybe half a mile from the northern coastline. Or the northwest coastline. You're much closer to the ocean than you are to the center of Autumn. You're in fact in the most northern domicile or residential area in the entirety of Autumn.
I think because I didn't have that updated map before. So when she realizes that we were closer to the wall that she needed to get to, like 3 or 4 days ago than we are now, and we're gonna have to travel back if we can. On top of everything else we gotta do, Ari just kind of mentally kicking herself in the pants. Like, I'm really gonna have to.
While Arya is kicking themselves in the pants, I'm going to jump to the other players to see if there's anything that they want to do in this time. Early on, Sheila, Arya, is there anything that you guys would like to do within this calm and...
I think you muted yourself.
Okay, I thought it was just me.
Okay, I thought I was going
and
insane.
then I started talking and realised I was muted.
Yeah,
Okay, that looks bad.
I don't. My mic muted itself, which is very strange considering the fact that it's like a firm button you have to press to mute on this mic.
Whew, I thought I was going insane.
I was very worried.
Is there anything you guys would like to do in this moment of, I'm not going to say relaxation, but quiet? Anything at all?
I'll ask something.
Oh, okay. Sheila, go ahead.
DM, so I now have 3 of the scales.
2 by my count.
Is it only 2?
2 by my count. Tinkle Death, and then Shattered Urge. I don't think you have.
Oh, he directed me to the cave. That was it. Yes, I was thinking the cave separately. Sorry.
No worries.
2 of the scales now.
You do.
Have I noticed, like, can I tap into any new powers yet or anything? Or is there, like, any kind of...
Thank fuck you finally asked! Sheila, could you please make me an Arcana check?
Yes. Perfect. That is 21.
On a 21, Sheila, as if it's just come to your attention in this moment. You get this notion, you know, to look at the scales, and so you get Tinkle Death's scale, this crystal opaline, you know, that with that rainbow sheen coming off it scale, and then you get the scale of Shattered Urge, this bronze scale, like it looks like that kind of like polished bronze, but around the edge. You know when bronze starts to go green? Yeah, it's got that kind of like patina around the edge. And you notice that as you take them out and you sit them both together, the closer they are to each other, there's almost like a glimmer off of them. Almost like a shimmer in the air around them. This could potentially point to them now being near each other, having some kind of magical capability. What it is, though, you don't know. However, I will give you this. You've seen spells like Detect Magic or Identify used on things in order to get more information on them. That's a line of inquiry that you could go down.
I'll task first level Detect Magic.
Awesome. Okay, so you cast Detect Magic on them both. Now, for one, what you're going to get is they like shine with power. One of them, the power seems to be divine in origin. The other one, if you bear with me 2 moments, just so I can double check. Yep, it's exactly what I thought. The other one thrums with evocation magic. And there's many different types of evocation magic, but when you look at this one, in the back of your mind you hear not the rumble of thunder, so you don't hear that, but you do hear that high-pitched peal that you would hear when lightning strikes. And you also get that smell of like burnt ozone as you look at it. So yeah, one is definitely of divine magic, the other thrums with evocation magic.
Okay.
Any more information than that, and you would be looking at something along the lines of an identify to get any more than that. Alrighty.
All good, thank you.
No problem. Is there anything else that you would like to do? No? Nothing for you, Sheila? No? Elion. Reverie. Anything for you guys at all?
I have something for when we leave, but not in the side.
You have something
So if
for
you have
when we
any-
leave, but not in sight.
But so, if Reverie has anything, graciously go first.
Yes, I do actually. Is there like a big rock in here? It's a big room. There's like floors and levels to it. There's got to be like one big rock,
I
right?
tell you what, roll me a nature check.
A nature check.
Nature check.
12.
12. You're under a mountain. There's loads of rocks. In fact,
That
the
DC was like a 2.
That DC was a, if it's not a nat 1, you're figuring it out. The walls are rock. Like there's rocks in the bottom of these pools. There's rocks everywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna go behind a really big rock that I can't be seen behind,
Okay.
and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take a very deep breath, and then just real quickly, Reverie knows that certain Fae are very, very strong, and they can, if you just call their name, they can kind of know where you are and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And she also knows that everyone that was at the Twilight Lord's party was very, very strong, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the motions of casting sending without actually casting it. Just like the arcane, all of the kind of stuff that I normally do
Uh-huh.
to kind of center it on a person.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to talk to Asmodeus.
Okay. So you're acting like you're casting sending,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just so I'm getting it correct when you walk through this, right? So you're doing
Yes.
the semantic components, you're doing the vocal components for it, but you're not actually channeling the magic into it.
Correct. Because
Okay.
if he's strong enough,
Mm-hmm.
he should be able to kind of know. And Reverie's kind of hoping. They were just at the party.
So
They had a
what you're
conversation.
essentially doing is that you're doing this, you're not actually channeling magic into it, but you're kind of just like, you say the words, you do the hand moves, then you go, Asmodeus, please be listening, because I really need to talk to you. Is that basically what you're doing?
Kind of, yeah.
Make me a persuasion check into the ether. Will it be Asmodeus? Will it be Vecna? Who knows who's gonna fucking answer?
Oh, please not Vecna.
I hear you're fighting an army of the undead. Would you like the help of a lich? Go for it. A persuasion check into the ether.
18.
Okay. You reach out into the ether, begging and pleading. And then this voice answers. Smooth as cream cheese on a bagel. I did not think I'd be hearing from you quite this soon.
Well, it's a little difficult to kill me. So, I was able to get out of the party faster than I anticipated.
I knew I was right about you. Tell me then, Reverie, what can I do for you?
Well, you wanted information on the Twilight Lord and his interesting machinations, and it's information that I happen to have.
Well, do tell.
The Twilight Lord seems to be working with the Summer Lord in attempting to throw a coup. Very poor one, but attempts are made.
The Summer King is making an alliance with the Twilight Lord in an attempt to... Hold on a moment. Will he succeed on the insight check? What do we think's a fair modifier for Asmodeus, the Lord of the Nine Hells, to have an insight?
Oh, and he's a tactician, so probably pretty high.
For a total of 29.
Yeah. See?
He's going to go... Oh, he's going to overthrow every single one of the seasons, isn't he?
Well, he's trying and failing, but trying.
Such a delinquent you have on your hands. Now, and do understand, Reverie, as much as I like you, this is my favourite business question to ask. What exactly do you want from me?
Nothing quite yet. But perhaps an IOU?
But Reverie, you've played your hand. You've showed your cards. You've told me the information that opens up almost every line of inquiry that I have access to.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
I tell you what, Reverie, I like you. I really like you. So I'm willing to make you... Oh, what is that word that mortals use? It's always on the tip of my tongue. A deal. An IOU, signed and sealed, personally by myself. And all I ask in return, just a token, merely a trifle. A favour back.
And what kind of favor would that be?
A small favour. I would never ask of you something that was... What's the verbiage that is used? Above your pay grade. I'm always looking for ways to help my friends, Reverie.
You know, I find it very interesting when we met at that party.
Yeah.
You wanted the information in exchange for a boon, and now you want a deal in exchange for a boon?
Well, yes, because you gave me the information. But you are very correct. I did shake on it, didn't I?
You did.
A boon, then. Directly from the Lord of the Nine. Ask of me. Ask of anything. What would you like? A
There's
weapon
nothing-
to scour the enemies from the walls? A legion of my own fiendish assailants to help countermand one of the opposing forces?
There's nothing in particular I desire right now. I hope you understand. I'm a woman with very particular tastes.
I have a feeling we're going to get on swimmingly. However, my time is precious. You have
Of
three.
course.
You have 3 hours to decide
I'm in the
what this boon is.
That's a fair deal. I am in the middle of a siege right now.
Oh, I'm more than aware.
You're a delight.
It's quite the show.
Oh, are you watching?
I'm the Lord of the Nine Hells. Nothing escapes me.
Oh, good. Maybe you'll see the better performing act when it comes out.
You are a vibrant young woman. I look forward to seeing the performance you'll put on. Know this? I'll be rooting for you no matter what. If you perish, perhaps I'll snag your soul for down here.
Unfortunately, I believe that's already claimed.
Do you know how I became the Lord of the Nine?
No, but I'm interested to find out.
Because I always knew what people wanted, and I always got what I wanted from them. Ta-ta, Reverie. Good luck.
Thank you.
So, Reverie, you have 3 hours to claim the boon that Asmodeus promised you. I will admit, I forgot that he had already said he was giving you a boon for the information. So, thank you very much for reminding me of that. So, you've got 3 hours to claim that, and he still held the deal out that if you want a favour from him, he's willing to give you that, a held favour, but he requests a favour in return as well. So all you have to do is request any boon from him, and he will give it.
Okay, and then there is one more thing I wanted to do.
Oh, okay. What's the other thing you wanted to do?
I'm going to walk back to the pool, take the flask, take a big swig of the flask, walk over to Elian's pool and sit at the edge.
Is privacy dead, or have I got a giant sign that says, please approach my pool, I'm feeling really friendly?
Oh, did you want privacy in this giant pool where we can all see each other from across the room?
I'm trying my best.
Good luck with that. I simply came here to apologize It is very rude to injure someone when they are not expecting it. I lost my head for a moment there, and it won't happen again. And that's it. Enjoy your soak. I'm gonna get up and start to walk away. And then I'm gonna also cast Create and Destroy Water on top of his head and make ice cold water drop on him.
Nice.
Gary was trying to not get his hair wet.
So you cast Create Water, and this, to reiterate, Create Destroy Water is a 5-foot cube.
It's a lot of water.
So it's just, you are just soaked from like the chest up, Elion, in just bitter, icy cold water. Perfect, Reverie, perfect.
Thank you so much. And then I'm gonna go sit with Sheila again and be like, hey, if someone that is like the Lord of the Nine House says that I get a boon from them, what do you think I should ask for? He offered like a legion.
I'd accessorize personally, like new heels, new bracelet, new necklace, but up to you personally.
That's what we need for Sheila. A goth phase.
Just imagine. I will give you any boon you desire. Hey, yo, you got Gucci in there?
You
Yo.
got Prada?
Logical though, come on.
Yo, so you got you the king of devils, yeah? So what that Prada do?
Got me that fire, bro.
Hook me up with that Dior.
If I get, well, hold on. If I get like an outfit, should I wear it to the human party? Because I definitely don't have the gold to pay that guy.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure the Lord of Hells would have a dress to kill, we'll say.
Okay. I have like 3 hours to decide, so I guess like after this.
We can brainstorm.
Yeah.
We'll brainstorm, it's fine.
When Sheila and Reverie work together, I feel like the world should be afraid.
Absolutely.
I honestly, every time that one of you starts a sentence with, I'm going to go speak to insert the other one, I'm just like, oh, what great joys are going to happen today.
It does make me think of one of. Well,
It's always a delight. So, what's, is there anything for anybody else at all?
one more thing, if we're doing like our private pool times before we all congregate, because you brought up like talking to something or someone, and that made me think of something else. So after Arya has a moment of kicking herself in the pants for not realizing the place she needs to get to that the Celestial Bells have been telling her was somewhere she already was, and she's gonna have to ask her party to, like, on the way to the human party, double back to that place if we can. And all the other stuff she has to talk to the party about, with like remembering Solus Primissumus is her family's name, and just that leads her on a thought train to like Solus and what he talked about with her and family and the Celestial Bells. And she remembers that Solus had brought up the word prayer, and she's not really familiar with that in a sense, but the closest thing she can think of is like whatever it is that Reverie does to kind of talk to the Raven Queen, how she's brought that up a couple times with her, and she thinks about her talk with Raziel, and just, even though it's crazy, but then again, she's talked the air out of craziness and with her heart before, hoping for things, even growing up, wishing in her heart to find freedom and people who care about her. She is going to sit in the pool, calm down, and try praying or going off of whatever it was that Reverie told her about, like how she tries to quietly talk to the Raven Queen, her friend, and see if she can try and talk to someone herself.
Okay. So tell me how she prays.
I think Arya's not a patient person. She's not used to waiting for things, and I think it also comes from that fear of, like, because she's been running so long, she's always in the back of her head afraid that that freedom and that time is going to be taken away from her. So she's like trying to sit at the edge of the pool and like close her eyes, and she's not used to sitting quietly for long, so she starts like nervously plucking at like one of the things of her violin strings, and then she plucks and plucks, and the plucking gets slower, and almost in the back of her brain starts to sound like the chime of a bell. And she thinks of Raziel, and she thinks of her grandmother Asriel, and she knows that Asriel is the embodiment of celestial death, which means she's probably powerful and therefore omniscient. But she also knows that from what Raziel said, we're all placed here. They mentioned a greater hand, something like that made her and placed her like a artist places a note in a chord to create a harmony. So she tries to think of that greater hand and see, if not to reach them directly, that maybe her grandma can send her a message, to send that greater hand a message for her instead.
Okay.
And her mind starts to go quiet, almost like, you know, those like kind of like meditation like bowl things where it's like that makes that kind of clear note.
Singing bowl.
That's how it starts to sound in her head as she gives praying a try.
Okay. So does she say anything, or is it purely through motions and practice rather than actually vocalizing anything?
I think at first she tries to go with, it's a little bit of a combination, because Arya is a very emotionally driven person, but she also is a chatterbox. So it's almost like in that same way where she talked aloud in the astral plane to Zatali, hoping that he would hear her so she could see him again someday. She almost starts to talk quietly to herself like that.
Okay.
She says, "Hi, Grandma. It's me. I don't know if you can hear me, but, well, crazier things have happened. I was wondering if you could get a message to someone for me. To that greater hand that Raziel told me about. I'm happier than I ever was being Aelita, being my true self. But I'm still not sure how to love myself or think myself enough. But if that greater hand made me the way I am for a reason and placed me in this world as a child of the world for a reason, and if that reason is to be a bannerman, a sorts, a rally cry, a beacon of hope or freedom or harmony or joy or light or any of the number of things I love so much about life, then I'm going to try and be that, especially today. Let's face it, I'm not a clever courtier like Sheila. I'm not a strong soldier like Elion. I'm not the healing, beating heart like Reverie. I'm not even that brilliant at magic like Kessler's, but I am an artist, a creator, a dreamer. So maybe I can fight back like a dreamer. So, to that greater hand, if I promise to try, will you show me how to do? I'd really appreciate the help. Let's face it, we can use all the help we can get today. Especially with my brother on the way. Oh, Maltharion. Well, anyways, one prayer at a time, I suppose, but yeah, I'd really appreciate the help. Oh, and tell whoever or whatever's calling me to go beyond the wall. I'm sorry I missed them, I didn't realize. But I'm on my way. Just wait a little longer, and I'll try to wait too, but first I need to help my friends. Anyways, thanks for listening, Grandma. It's nice to know someone out there. I've got some family that's watching over me now that Artie and Mal can't, and with Aunt Lorelei still being a million miles away. I miss her so much. But I'm going to try, and hopefully I'll learn how to do. Thanks, Grandma. Send my love to Raziel. That's it.
Okay, with that, can you make me a religion check, please?
Ooh, that's one I haven't done that much. Let's see. Religion. Come on, scroll. There we go. Religion. Bismillah. Oh, that's a 19 plus 2.
Okay, so that's for a total of 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You put out this prayer, hoping for it to reach someone who has never heard your voice before, has never shown themselves to you before, has never experienced you before. And you put this call out. There is no answer in this moment.
It's worth a try. I'll talk to my friends after and relax a little more. Solus primisumos. Fuck that shit. She's just gonna sit back in the pool and relax until everyone kind of congregates again, kind of seal herself when she talks to them, but let herself relax and think of the bells.
Okay. Is there anything else that anybody would like to do? Okay. Do you guys want to sit here for another hour?
I have something I want to do instead of this, but if you guys want to chill there, that's cool.
I think we've got time. We can always congregate after.
Yes, no, maybe? Are you guys what? So what I'm saying is, are you guys wanting to still have like more time here, or are you guys wanting to leave here and go back to getting ready to get involved in the siege?
I think Sheila would be ready to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only other thing I think of is like something I could do later, because I know we've got more important things right now than a little thing for myself. So, and she really needs to talk to the others about what she knows about her family. So,
Get what everybody's kind of. Get what everybody's kind of. Gets ready. What's Sheila's kind of like? Okay, we're involved. What's Sheila's first steps? Is Sheila marching out straight to the walls? Is she going to have a look at the war table? Is she going to, I don't know, hunt down another redhead? Apparently the party's collecting them. I'm not sure. What's Sheila's first move here?
I think she'll go to the war table and just see what the lay of the land.
Okay, awesome. So Sheila's making her way to the central war table, back in that room covered in the diamonds with the table made of sand. Okay, Reverie, what about yourself?
Yeah, I'll probably also go back to that main room where Koljata and Logan were.
So Kojata was there, Logon was not. Logon, after he finished speaking to you, he was escorted away.
Okay, yeah, then I will go to Koljata.
Awesome, fantastic. Arya, what about yourself?
I think after I get all my stuff back on, get my duffel bag and redo my braids and everything, get my violin case. If I see most of the party heading towards the table, where we were at, and Puljata's there, then I assume all the party's there. So like I can just let everyone know at once, including Elion, because like he should probably know about this too. Just mostly she's just in the headspace of like when we're all together, I'm gonna let them know about this information that now I'm actually in the clear headspace to remember and tell them because it might help.
Okay. So what I will say to that one there, Arya, is as was said there, Sheila and Reverie are going to there. Elion is not. Elion is going off somewhere completely different. Okay? So, if you're traveling with them, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go to Elion. Then because you guys are going to be all together, we'll do Elion, then we'll go to our break. Then we'll come into part 2, do you guys, and then we'll move from there, alright? Okay, cool. Elion, you get ready, and as everybody leaves, you cut off, because you're not here, by these guards. You turn down that way, and after following a bit of a windy turn, and after, like, you know, talking to some guards, like, you know, hey, I'm looking to have a conversation with Logon, can you tell me where he is? They point you in the direction, and eventually you are taken to a room, right? Now, this room, the only way I can describe what the doors outside this room look like is they look very dwarven, but if dwarven structure, elven design, right? Big, heavy, thick stone doors, and there are 6 Automeladrin soldiers outside. These are not the Automeladrin soldiers that have got these, like, you know, axes and these spears. These guys have got big war clubs. Like, I would say almost the way I picture it is almost like Native American inspired war clubs, where it's quite a sleek curve up design, but it's a thick knot, like a bulbous ball at the end of it. But the balls at the end of theirs are solid, like clusters of gemstone. And as they see you, each of them, they don't like swing them up ready to fight, but they bring them off the ground and sit them on their shoulders. As you, because obviously you do look very, hey, look at me, I'm from summer, whoa!
Easy, boys. Alien.
Go inside and ask you exactly. Slinger, like, what? Tell him there's an arrogant prick here called Elion looking to speak to him.
That he will understand.
He goes inside and, you know, there's maybe like a tense, maybe 20 seconds of silence while you're just going to stand there with these four. And again, to reiterate, Automeladrin are by and far the biggest Eladrin. Well, sorry, not biggest, the tallest. So, this guy, even by Automeladrin standards, he is broad. He's built like Kernan, but he's also got the Automeladrin height. Right, this guy is a big boy, and he's just kind of standing there awkwardly in this really, really weird, awkward silence before the head of the other guard pops out, and he kind of nods. He looks like he rolls his eyes at it like, oh, for fuck's sake, right, okay. He says to you, right, then you go. Any funny stuff, and I'll be caving your skull in.
Fair enough.
Kraken.
I will head inside.
And he puts his hand on the edge of this big stone door and he pushes it, and you hear that kind of like, you know, that stone on stone grinding sound as he pushes the door open. He's like, right, in you go.
Thank you very much for your service.
You step inside, and as the door's being closed, you hear a murmur in that very, very broad autumn accent. What's your passive perception?
15.
15?
Bless you.
That's you.
You can definitely hear it.
Isn't tight.
As he's pushing the door closed, he's going, smarmy git. Doors closed behind you. You seem to have made an impression on the locals.
That is the intention.
To be fair, you are a smarmy git. A flash dodgy smarmy git.
Elion can be quite smarmy when he wants to be, but let's remember from last session, we also know that Elion can be very kind
That is fake news.
And that he's a bit
That's
guilty about what he's caused. And we all know he feels a bit of remorse, you know. He's got, it really is.
Well, I thought, since I knew you'd be bored, because protection detail, especially as a subject, is dreadfully boring, I could regale you with a story.
You do understand that we are under siege right now, don't you, Elion? Like, you
It's
know
a very good story.
Fuck it, what else have I got to do?
There was once,
What?
not so long ago,
Sorry, Astrid has opened the door a crack and is standing outside going, hee hee. Hee hee.
Oh,
Right, so we'll get this over with. Astrid,
That's very cute in context, and out of context, I would have screwed.
Oh, have you got a wee dress
Yeah.
on? You coming in? You coming for your 15 minutes of fame?
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille.
Hey, come on.
Oh, look at the dress.
Casa la princesa.
You saying hello? Astrid, you saying hi? Oh, here you go. That's what you want. You saying hi? You say hello? No, you can't have that. That's Daddy's. Alright. You've got your phone. Mummy will turn it on for you, okay? You say bye-bye to everybody? Bye. Blow kisses?
Bye.
Right. Go and give that to Mummy. Mummy will turn it on for you.
Qué
okay?
lindo.
Bye. I'm glad she seems to be feeling better. Anyway, Elion, you were about to tell your story. Please go ahead.
not so long ago, there was once an extremely skilled and dashing swordsman from Summer.
Oh, so this is fictional, is it?
Partially, depending on the context. He joined up with a group of ne'er-do-wells. You know, routine assignments. Yeah, sorry?
Did they happen to be two from autumn and another one from summer? And occasionally they've got a tag along from spring.
He didn't notice they weren't as pretty, so he didn't pay attention.
Oh, so this is definitely a fictional story.
Anyway, if you could refrain from interrupting.
Okay.
On this routine mission, which he, like yourself, you know, relatability found incredibly boring, he met a fae. And the fae offered him a key to the cage that he seemed to find himself in. Let's put it that way. Now, the problem is, the key came at a cost. He would have to put someone that he knew in the cage. And it didn't sit right with him. Because as much as the bravado and arrogance and quip gets in the way, the swordsman has a extremely egotistical propensity for protecting the innocent. And the person that would be in the cage didn't deserve it. I'm sure you didn't notice, but the story's about me. And it's about you. I was approached by someone who, in order to free me from the Summer Lord and to gain more power, wanted me to condemn you to a life of misery.
Do you have the crown?
Based on the nature of the question, I cannot confirm or deny. I want to get rid of it. You do not deserve it. But I needed to make you aware. Because as much as no one seems to like me, I don't hate them. Like is far off, but hate is that way.
You see Logon kind of like has this really small smile on his face. And he gets up and he says, I've made 3 deals with 3 different Archfey for 3 different things in my life. And not one of them hasn't fucked me over. So, what did Puck promise you?
I'm being entirely honest, I'm not even sure. I was so desperate he could have offered me anything different.
Before I get down to what has to happen, do you mind if I give you a bit of, let's call it unsolicited advice?
I don't have anything to lose.
You said that you were desperate. He could have offered you anything. You understand that even though you are arrogant, and even though you are a bit of a smarmy git, that doesn't mean you're not worth anything, right? Like, you've done some questionable shit, I understand that, I do. But you're still worth something.
I'm aware.
You might be aware, but I get the feeling that you've not maybe heard that. And I mean like physically heard that said, like. So I need you to know that just because something's failing on one side doesn't mean you have to run to another. You don't have to seek power from any particular person. You could find power in yourself. It does happen.
I feel like we'd be in agreement if it wasn't a story of fiction.
Want to know my favourite thing about fiction? There's always a little bit. There's always a little bit of truth in it. Nothing's ever truly fictional. Think about all the stories that you heard when you were young about great heroes venturing out of the Feywilds and off to do their adventures, right? Well, there's always some form of truth to it. Whether it's just that it was another Eladrin. Well, Eladrin are real, aren't they? So there's the truth there. There's never really anything that's truly fictional. There's always some level of truth. Now, you said this story's about you, right?
Partially.
Well, if it's about you, then you can choose how much truth there is in it. Make your own truth. Stop relying on other people to make your truth.
What am I doing with the crown? I refuse to offer it to you.
Ah, but that's not part of the deal though, is it? It's not about you offering, is it?
Oh, no offense, Logan, I don't think you could take me. So I would have to give it to you. Your 6 friends outside the door might have a fairer chance, though. That I need to. One of them was looking at me. He either really liked the way I looked or really didn't, and I'm not quite sure. One of them's far more likely, but I'm not quite sure.
Elion, could you hand me the crown, please?
No.
So, to clarify, Elion, you are going against the deal that was made.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a moment. I have to look something up. Okay? Bear with me just a moment.
Oh, fuck.
Player character death rules in D&D 5e.
Absolutely not. I had something planned. I now have something else planned. I'm looking to make sure they won't clash. So, just give me, a wee 2 minutes. Just while I do that. I'll be back.
Elliot out here making arch nemesis.
One does have to wonder how many feet Elion must truly have to be able to keep putting them in
Put him in his mouth. Yep.
It reminds
Would you prefer me to eternally curse your husband?
It reminds me of that scene from like the old TV
First of
show.
all-
It reminds me of the scene from the old TV show Hannah Montana, where
Oh my god.
the guy that like Miley's dating comes
I know
in.
exactly what you're talking about.
Comes in and he says something. The guy goes, "Yep, there's one foot in the mouth." And then he says something else to her dad, and her dad's like, "Right, how about you take both your feet out your mouth, and we'll just pretend that we'll just pretend it didn't happen." And then he says, it goes into a conversation where he ends up saying, "Yeah, some people like Hannah Montana, and I'm not afraid to say she stinks." And then Billy Ray comes around and goes, "Son of a gun, that guy's got 3 feet." What am I looking for? Here's what I'm looking for. I don't know why I'm sitting here looking there. I don't know why I do this to myself. I do this all the time. I'm sitting looking on D&D Beyond for the bloody book.
Also, Elion,
When
didn't
I
Arya
have the
literally
bloody-
just say
Right
that she
blood.
cared
I'm
about
so scared. Is this about to be
best interest
Grimhollow?
against her best judgment? What the fuck?
Hey, he's in denial. It's shock to have when someone
What
is
book
never
did you
told that
grab?
they're loved, and then
what-
Taldore Reborn.
What book did you grab?
Taldore Reborn.
Taldore
When
Reborn.
someone's never told they're loved, and then someone goes, "I really, really love you," they go,
Weirdly enough, Arya would relate to that.
she's like, "I like you," and he's like, "That's not true. I said that, and to some of you, I didn't mean it."
Yeah, but you also know Arya does not lie. She is honest to a fault. She has not got a single iota of poker face. But also, I relate, because Arya is the same way. She is not used to affection whatsoever. So it's like, what?
Elion, just to make sure I've got something right, the crown you were given, can you remind me of the name of it?
I don't remember the name. It gives me resistance to psychic damage, and I can bardic inspiration others. I remember that, but I don't have
I remember
the
it's
name
called the
written down.
diadem.
Yeah, it's a diadem.
A diadem, that's it. I was looking at this here and I'm sitting going, I don't remember it being called a circlet. This is wrong.
Good pull, Khadijah. I did not remember that.
I remembered the nature of the curse being changed and the details.
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, so did
That's
I.
all I remember.
Yeah. But between the three of us, we are half as good at note taking as Ashley is.
Absolutely.
But like the three, the 3 cave trolls from The Hobbit fighting over the cauldron.
Gosh. Yo, we were at the right place like days ago. I did not think to check Rusted Falls. I didn't have an updated map, but still, we have to. It wasn't Rusted Falls. It was Rusted Hollow. It was Rusted Hollow.
This is it. This is it. I just wanted to get the title I'd given you correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. the moment you say that you are going back on the deal, you feel something inside you go cold. And then that cold seems to, if you picture it, if you almost imagine it like you feel it almost like in the center of yourself, but then it starts to almost move forward.
And comfy.
And then you feel a searing pain, and you can feel the skin here split as something pushes its way out.
Gross.
There is a faint, whispered, almost condescending chuckle on the wind. Elion, you are now cursed. As you have went back on a deal that was made with an archfey. So, the manner of the curse is going to go as follows. Sorry, I'm very excited about this. At all times, Puck will know of your location. At all times, Puck will be able to scry on you.
Okay.
Without the need for spell, without the need for components. Hardly an issue for hardly an issue for an archfey. Another thing that will happen is, and this is something that's good, this is part of the curse that will change and alter. Right now, you have an overwhelming sense of self-dread. The diadem changes as you hold it. It twists and contorts. The metal that's like a filigree around it folding in on itself. So these beautiful woven pieces of metal twist in, becoming almost like barbed wire. The woven pieces at the front uncurve and uncoil themselves to become straight, poking up, forming horrific spires, and the entire thing turns black. It's then going to disappear from your hands. Then you feel an agonizing pain around your head. You can now remove the diadem, the note of the diadem from your inventory, and you can add in another item. An item called the Circlet of Barbed Vision. I don't have the book on D&D Beyond yet, so I don't think you'll be able to add the item, but you're not attuned to it. It's just on your head for everyone to see. It cannot be removed. Like you can't, you can pull at it, but you will only cause yourself damage. It cannot be removed without magical aid. Remind me of your level structure, please, Elion, if you wouldn't mind.
I am 10 levels of paladin.
Which oath?
Conquest.
Oath of Conquest. I did not realize you were Oath of Conquest.
Mm-hmm.
So, I need to ask you, Elion, I need to ask you in this moment, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Having went back on the deal with Puck, with no longer having a direct tie through a pact to the Summer King,
Mm-hmm.
are you standing in defense of Autumn?
Define defense of autumn.
If the Suns first come through here, knowing that they are fighting for Summer's advancement in the world, will you allow them to come in and kill Logon, which is obviously their intent, or will you stand and fight against them? I did not realise you were an Oath of Conquest. I forgot about that, which is why I need to ask this question now.
I do not intend for Logon to die. So if meeting the Suns first in battle is what must happen to do that, it's what he feels like he must do. Because defeating the Suns first is what he thinks is best for his people.
As that laughter dies, another sensation is going to come over you, Elion.
Mm-hmm.
Dark. Looming. The world around you slows down. And the shadows that is cast by anything darken, deepen, and extend. You do not feel a presence, you do not see a presence. You just hear another one takes the mantle.
Can the mantle be refused?
The mantle can be refused, but a hole will be formed.
Like physically?
At this point, a presence is going to manifest. There's no definition, no, what's the word I'm looking for? No detail, but you can tell from the silhouette of them they are armoured, like full plated up armoured. They have these what were maybe once antlers but are now twisted and curved into almost like ram horns, but like they escalate right up. And they step out of the shadow and they go, "This is not a moment for your jokes."
Duly noted.
You stand on a treacherous path. You have lost the leash of your master. You have lost the benefit of that which you upheld and swore to. But I come to offer you another path. The path of those who have fallen from the same heights that you have. And you can hear the smile, but it's like that snarling smile as they speak this part. And they say, "You can forgo these powers you once held so dear. You can chase after another to beg for the scraps that they will offer you. Or you can take what will be only held by you. Accept your fall. Become one of the purged. Oath breaker." as Elion, if you're not going to aid in the conquest of Summer, you will break your oath. So the option here is, if you wish to remain Paladin, you will have to accept the place as an Oathbreaker until such point as you can find someone willing to accept an oath from you. Or I would say it would have to revert to... Oh god, I don't know what it would revert to. This is the issue when it comes to oath breaking. I would also like to point out, I have never had a broken oath in any of my campaigns before. This is incredibly interesting for me. I guess what I would say is it would have to go to... The one that would make most sense for your particular character, because of their martial prowess, losing the abilities of a paladin, it would go to fighter. To reiterate, Oathbreaker is only there so long as until you find someone else to make an oath to. But at the the logic behind this being the step that I see having to happen is, you broke your deal. You broke the word that you gave to Puck, which means he's rescinded that support, which means now the support that was held blocking the Summer King's influence, that's no longer there. The Summer King's influence comes back in, but he's no longer... you are standing against him. So that oath then becomes broken. So, as he offers you the powers of an Oathbreaker, I think that's where we take our break to give you a bit of time to think on this, because this is a big decision here. We're going to take a 15-minute break here, folks, and when we come back, poor Elion, he's like, oh my god, so much shit, I'm just trying to be a nice person. We will be back in 15 minutes, folks, after Elion gets a chance to think on what his choice will be. Don't go anywhere. We will see you all after our 15-minute break. That's much better. Hello there, folks. Welcome back to part 2. An interesting conversation has been had, and in our final hour of play, we're going to have some stuff. So, after the discussion we've had during the break, Elion, you've made your choice and you are happy and content with that choice.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a choice made of your own volition. No one twisted your arm. You made this of your own.
Indeed.
Okay. It's unspoken as you're presented with the idea of remaining with some sense of power, but that power being twisted, being in fact one of the very forces you are fighting against. The dead marching to your call. Your conquesting aura of support being replaced with an aura of hatred. Or losing all power you have ever wielded and having to face the reality of exactly how much of your skill was you and how much was from someone else. You do not speak your choice out loud. The silhouetted stranger walks towards you. And from the shadows beneath them, they draw a huge sword. And they say, "So be it." And they plunge the sword through your chest. And as it pierces through, the shadows start to leak out of it. The armour that you wear, all colour evaporates from it. It turns into gunmetal, almost slate grey and black. It spreads up that delightful sun-kissed tan of summer. Fades, becoming so pale that it almost rivals Kessely's, but it has a grey tinge to it. Your eyes, that burning... Your eyes are, remind me, they're like a golden, like, yellow, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. That golden yellow fades, becoming almost an off-white yellow. And your hair, from the very roots to the tips, that blackness spreads out, encompassing every part of it, bathing you in the shadows that you now walk in. And this being drags that sword out of you. And they say, "Born from a vile origin, your powers can still be used for good or for ill. You now walk your own path." And then they step back and they fade into the darkness, giving you no time for questions, no time for anything. And then the shadows lose their density. They lose their length. And everything returns back to the way it was. And Elion, the moment Logon sees you, he reacts in a way that nobody's ever really reacted to with you. Many have approached you with looks of wonder. Some have looked at you with looks of trepidation. Logon backs up, skittering back, and bumps into his table as his face contorts in fear. I'm going to take us from there and I'm going to go to the girls in the main chamber. Guys, Elion disappears and you guys make your way to the main chamber where Kojata has this table of sand that is being manipulated by other Automeladron to show the exact state of the city of Russet Falls. The moment you enter, Kojata lifts her head. She still has that smile on her face. She nods to you all in greeting and goes immediately back to keeping an eye on the map. What would you guys like to do from here? Sheila?
Sheila, go straight to the map and just start to analyze and maybe just like try and suss out what the actual plans are. See if she can help at all.
Okay, so make me an investigation check there, please, Sheila.
That is a 23.
On a 23 investigation, Sheila, your mind has never been one for battle tactics and such. But it does not take being a battle tactician to understand that the situation here is grim. To put it as your loving and simple-minded partner would put it, you're fucked. The only available exit leads directly to a sheer drop into the ocean below. The exit to the west, blocked by, from what you guys saw, an ever-increasing horde of the undead, led by Magda himself. The path to the south, which could lead you into, in only a couple of hours of travel, would lead you to incredibly friendly borders, but blocked by pyroclastic maniacs. The situation is grim. The situation also looks worse than it was anticipated, as it looks like the southern gate is beginning to fail. Despite the understanding that had the armies chosen to attack the opposite gates from what they're attacking, they would have been through in a matter of an hour or two. Despite that, the fire-wielding cultists of the Sun's First seem to have realised their mistakes and are no longer targeting the gate. They are targeting the structure that holds the gate together. Made mostly of wood, they are having significantly more progress in attacking it. The general defences for a siege like this, that being pitch and tar being poured on and then being lit on fire, does almost nothing to them, as they're literally, fire is their weapon. They are literally wielding the flames. So there's very little defence on the southern gate. The western gate is still holding, however, it's now beginning to get to a point where they have had to stop attacking the undead, because as they break them apart and kill them, it's almost like they're just forming a ramp. So if they continue along this path, they may not have to worry about the gates breaking. The undead may simply come over the walls. With that investigation check, Sheila, I will tell you that you can tell that you can't tell exactly how long they have before something's coming into the city, but it's definitely less than 2 hours.
I can buy us an extra 20 minutes if necessary, if one of those gates falls.
Kojata will turn and look at you and, like, almost like she's enjoying the idea of, like, you know, that gate coming down. She's like, how do you mean?
Cool little fancy trick I have. Wall of force, right? Basically, impenetrable. No one can get through. If we think 20 minutes could change our tide or change our luck, I can hold it for 20 minutes extra.
In battle, 20 minutes can be the difference between victory and defeat. So it's good to know that you have that. Thank you. Unfortunately, none of our runners have made it out. We sent out messages for reinforcements, but we haven't heard back. We have no direct communications with the kingdoms of Winter or Spring. And the direct communications we've had with Summer have told us that what forces they have that are not completely aligned with the Sun's First, they're being held back by pockets of them. This might be Autumn's last stand. Reverie, did you want to say something? You looked like you were gearing up to speak.
Yeah, when she says that there's no direct communication to Spring, Reverie's gonna kind of side eye to Sheila and raise a brow.
Yes.
I could.
You could.
Do you want me to? It's your
Could.
boyfriend. I mean, it's your choice.
Oh, right. I was like, what the... Does Reverie have a friend in Spring that I don't know about? Like, shit.
Yes, she has a best friend in Spring.
That's true.
Bestie! It's our himbo!
But
it's Sheila's boyfriend, so
Whenever,
it's Sheila's
whenever I
choice.
consider you guys contacting Kernan, I immediately go, "Oh, it's probably Sheila that will get in touch." But in black and white, I was like, "Who's she talking about? Who have I forgotten someone?"
Sheila has no way to get in touch. It's a long distance relationship thing where you might not hear from each other for a bit.
They're completely trusting of each other. You know, they've discussed boundary lines and such. Like they know, they're good.
Yeah. Speaking
We'll
of
go to war occasionally. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Speaking of communications, with the stuff she said about like Summer's horses align with what Narumia told Arya.
Exactly what Narumia told Arya.
Okay, so then
Well, hold on.
So
hold on. Let Reverie finish their point first, then we'll come to yours, okay?
course.
So, Reverie, you look to Sheila and say, "I could if you want." Sheila, do you have anything to say to Reverie on that?
We're fucked if we don't get support, so yeah, we could
Yeah.
probably use. Yeah.
Okay. And then Reverie's gonna kind of look at the gates
Okay.
and then point at the one that Summer's doing. I can fill that one with darkness, but I'm more effective over here. They can't hit what they can't see, at least.
Kojata's gonna... So you said that whole, like, should I? Because, like, I definitely can. Did you say that out loud?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Kojata's gonna look at you and be like, what was that part about there?
Oh, I can contact Spring.
Okay, but can you contact anybody of any real relevance in Spring?
Yeah, I mean, bodyguard to the king. Plans, at least. He was at the party.
they're incredibly capable. Spring is a lot tougher than you'd think. It has that in common with Autumn, and they don't give up when their friends need help.
I honestly didn't even know that, you know, the newly crowned King of Spring was there. Yes, please get in touch with him.
Okay. I'm gonna cast sending just right in the middle of the room.
Okay, you cast sending, and is this a sending to Kernan?
Yes.
Okay. What are you saying to
Hey.
Kernan? I say with immense dread and trepidation in my heart.
Kiernan, it's Rev.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a really bad spot in Russet Falls. We need backup. Please bring who you can.
Oh, that is not an 8. So if that's that, then this would be... It's a tense, like, minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, until eventually a response comes. And Kernan says... The king has said we have not to march. If they're coming for autumn, they'll come for us next. I'll do what I can.
Bravery's gonna.
It's a very short and almost defeated message.
Bravery's gonna kind of look up. Okay. Kiernan's gonna do what he can, but the king told them not to march.
Well, Kojata picks up her hammer and, slings it on her shoulder. Autumn's handed itself for a long time now. It'll keep doing it, right down to the very bitter fucking end.
I know for a fact that what you said about what Summer said, they're locked in, they can't help, is true, but I can try and reach out to the Archmage. My brother is one of the professors there. It's worth a shot.
If you know someone in Winter, then please do, but as far as I'm aware, Winter has almost no military.
But they have magic. And that can come in handy as well.
She seems less enthused by the idea of Winter helping than she did about Spring. But she puts her hands up like, what have we got to lose? If you can get in touch with them, please do.
Alright, I'm gonna use my 3rd level slot to try and contact the Archmage.
Okay. So you reach out to speak to the Archmage of Winter.
Archmage, it's Arya. Your seasonal cousins meet in autumn. What use is knowledge if not to better serve and help our world? Please. Thanks.
Arya, could you please make me a persuasion check?
Persuasion.
For reasons that I will explain after the roll, this will be at disadvantage.
Okay. At disadvantage, that's 6 plus 12.
So 18.
Mm-hmm.
The answer comes back quickly, and it's worded like a college rejection letter. I appreciate you reaching out. Unfortunately, we are in a position where much of our forces must be focused inward in rebuilding that which we have lost due to the giants' escapades in winter. Good luck. Arya, if you'll remember, the reason it was at disadvantage, Magda and the Archmage were seen conversing at the Twilight Ball. And as you receive that, as you get that answer to your sending, that image comes into your mind of both of them having what appeared to be a debate more than anything, but like a pleasant debate, not like an argument, like a pleasant debate.
Alright, thanks for that. It looks at Kojata. They can't. It's not for lack of wanting to help, it's... They got hit too. And they need to take care of their people. or else they won't be able to help us in the future.
There's almost zero reaction to you saying that, as if spring was a long shot. They were not counting on winter at all. And they just shrug and they turn.
Do I see any? Because while Ari was here, she was waiting for any signs of like Elion, who she assumed went to like the bathroom or something. Because the thing she wants to tell everyone, she wants to like only have to say it one time. So she's kind of keeping an eye out for when Elion comes as well, so she can tell them about what she knows about the Sun's cult.
Okay. Then is there anything that anybody else wants to do for the girls? Sheila.
Just generally asking the room. I know this may sound odd. Is there anyone that can happen to cast Identify?
Actually, I do remember that spell. I've had a bit of time to clear my head and relax. I'm not so overwhelmed after nearly being turned to ashes by my brother, so...
Do you have enough juice, though?
Let me check.
I believe Identify
got
is a second level spell?
First level. No,
First
that's
level.
a first level. Yeah, I've got enough juice. I know we've got a few things to identify, but let's prioritize, because I'm going to need my energy for a few things.
It might help. Sheila's gonna maybe pull Arya maybe to a little bit of a corner just with the dragon scales and just be like, not necessarily supposed to use these for like power, but it feels like the right thing to do. So like, I just need to know what they can do.
Would I recognize dragon scales? Because like I remember meeting like
You would recognize
Single death.
what you would recognize one of the dragon scales, but that's because you saw Sheila take it from Tinker's body.
But
You don't know the other one.
I'd assume probably it's a similar thing though, because by
I mean, you can certainly assume it's a scale, but you have nothing of comparison to compare it to other than Tinkle Death's scale. That's it.
mostly just these are both scales, so
Yeah, you know they're both scales. That's definitely.
congrats on the new scale. Yeah, I mean, it's all about improvising, in my opinion, so maybe it'll help, and I'll take some time to cast Identify, but again, still kind of keeping a side eye out for Elion so I can know when it's okay to tell to everyone about my stuff. But yeah, do I have to cast it twice, or can I do it just like once on each of the things?
As a bard, are you able to ritual cast?
Yeah. Well, it's a touch spell. It just takes a minute for Identify.
What I mean is, as a bard, can you... So, I know that some spellcasters can ritual cast spells, which means it takes them 10 minutes, but they don't use the spell slot. Are bards able to ritual cast?
Yeah, I've got a few ritual spell casts available. So yeah, I think bards can ritual cast.
Let me just double check it.
Yeah, I'm still... Mechanics questions are still getting the swing of things for me, so... But I'm pretty sure...
Yes, you can. You can ritual cast. So if you want to identify both of them, you can take 20 minutes, cast Identify twice, but you don't use the spell slots.
Okay, yeah, as long as I'm still keeping an eye out for everyone to arrive so I can talk to them about what I know. I think she'll kind of like sit crisscross applesauce on the ground, take the scales in her hand, and I think she does that thing where she sets her violin on her lap again and kind of gradually plucks a note, and over time I think it'll start to sound like the chime of a bell as I take 20 minutes to cast Identify.
Okay.
Celestial bells, ringing true. Tell me what these items do.
Okay. So on the first one, on Tinkle Death's scale, this is one of 5 items. This particular item is known as the scale of invention. This scale came from the one who thought up the idea of this world. In its dormant state, it gives in its alone state, if it's the only one you have, it does nothing. It just simply grants that beginning resonance along the path of these 5 items. However, when partnered with another one, which you do have, you gain access to a free 4th level spell slot, which can only be used to cast a conjuration spell. Any conjuration spell, as long as it's 4th level or at 4th level. When partnered with another one, you also get the ability, once per day, to grant yourself a bonus to spell attacks and spell save DC equal to the number of scales you carry on your person. So basically, Sheila, if you have this and the other scale on your person and you activate this ability, your spell save DC goes up by 2. And whenever you were to roll for I'm going to roll to hit with Firebolt, you can add an additional +2. If you get another scale, that goes up to +3. If you get another scale, it goes up to +4, blah, blah, blah.
I will probably just recount all that to Arya. Or not Arya. Arya will recount that all to Sheila.
No worries.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit more, but okay. We can...
Anything's better than nothing.
Yeah. I'm still not sure about the crazy guys that are blowing themselves up. And my chances against that, but... Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple tricks up my sleeve, but nothing big like your wall. So that'll have to wait for when we face off against. Is Elion back yet?
Elion is not back yet.
Okay. I've got some stuff to tell everyone.
There is the second one that I've still to do.
Oh, I thought you did both of them. It's my bad.
Nope. The second one. The second one, very similar to the first one, has an ability which it has at base, which allows you to cast. You have a free 4th level spell slot, which you can use to cast the spell Storm Sphere. Okay.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
It also has the ability, once per day, you can increase your AC by a number very similar to the other one, equal to the number of scales you have on your person. And that will last for 1 minute. So for 1 minute, your AC would go to +2 at this moment. Find another scale, it goes to +3, +4, +5. You see where I'm going with this. And that is the scale of power.
Again, I tell her this. That sounds more promising.
Something. Appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no problem, of course. Congrats on getting the next scale, by the way.
Thanks.
Elion gets back, I kind of have some information that now I'm in a better headspace to tell everyone that, I don't know, maybe it could help, maybe it can't, but I just don't have to repeat myself about it. I can't believe the other seasons aren't coming to help. I mean, I get it, they have to take care of the people too, but isn't that the whole point of being 4 seasons? being a united front. We take care of each other. I mean, it's like an adventuring party. The best part of it is you don't have to fight things in the world alone. When we do
If
that,
we were supposed to be one, there wouldn't be four.
yeah, but it's like maybe it's like the stuff. Right now, it's all separated and broken, so that's reflecting in the seasons. We really need to find the other pieces, get it back together. Maybe then there'll be some kind of harmony. Get it? Scales? Harmony?
I think we need to try and survive today first.
True. Well, we've made it this far.
Don't think we've quite faced off against the same odds yet.
Yeah, but maybe we'll rise above those odds. And we can do it together.
We'll see.
That wasn't a no.
Anything else for the people in the war room right now?
Yes.
Reverie.
While they're talking,
Uh-huh.
Reverie has been kind of planning with Koljata,
Uh-huh.
going, I can make this gate dark,
Mhm.
and I can push Fae back,
Okay.
and undead, so the undead can't go to this gate.
Mhm.
While we're on the wall, though, we need to be very careful of who has access to Logon. We've seen doppelgangers in about every single season, and they all work for the same people.
Kojata sits. Very stoically as you say these words. She doesn't answer. She has a very grim look on her face. The smile is still there. Just very resolute. As if, though she may be hearing you, she's not taking it in. She is looking at the overwhelming amount of the situation and starting to consider if there is actually a hope.
Right.
Isn't tight.
Thank you.
Lady Koljata, I can help. And I also have personal beef at this gate, and she's going to point to the undead gate.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck, I don't want to do this. Sheila! Do I call in that favor?
What favor?
Who?
I wanted the dress, but maybe...
I mean, if you're worried about the dress,
Shit.
what deal? What favor?
It's kind of starting to look like you might need to help something. Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Alright. Reverie's gonna kind of take a step away from the table and do that sending thing again to contact Asmodeus.
Okay.
And kind of very quietly say his name.
You barely get started on the beginnings of these components before the voice. I've been waiting on the edge of my seat.
Good. I'm so glad. I love to hear from you.
And
I have
you.
I have a quick question. How many of your men can see in magical darkness?
Oh, all of them.
Oh, wonderful.
I mean,
Wonderful.
have you ever wondered why, whenever we grant our powers to certain warlocks, they gain this little thing called devil sight? There's
No,
a reason,
I actually
There's a reason behind that.
I haven't met anyone with the ability yet.
I'll
That's
have
very
to
interesting.
send one of my favorites to you. They're quite a delight.
Ooh. For the boon, I was wondering if I could borrow some of your men and have them feast in the darkness.
I know just the bundle to pick.
Wonderful. Originally, I was
Just-
going to ask for a dress, but
Showing it right here. Showing it right here. Y'all saw me roll. Y'all saw me roll. That's a nat 20 there, folks.
I'm so scared.
Oh god. Oh god.
Asmodeus is going to go... Reverie, my dear friend, that's not a boon. That's a simple gift from a friend. I'll send
so
one of
sweet.
the lowly ones with the dress. I hope you like it. And then the connection... Oh, well, wait, sorry, no, he will say, before I forget, whoever's in charge, tell them they have about 10 minutes to draw their forces away from that gate. While my warriors can see in the dark, they're not entirely too well versed at picking between which mortals they're supposed to eat or not.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me go make that gate dark, too.
You are most welcome, Reverie. I look forward to seeing our little camaraderie.
As do I.
And then the communication disappears.
That's my daddy.
Reverie's gonna kind of side eye and Koljata and go, I have to go make that gate dark. Can you get all of the soldiers away from that gate within 10 minutes?
She points to one of the people standing at the table and is like, you do the thing. And they reach over and they touch it, and they're going to use the cantrip Mold Earth. And as they mold earth on the table, you can see that the texture of the walls at that gate changes, rippling, like as if the walls have been turned to quicksand. And maybe 10 seconds later, you hear in the distance horns being sounded, horns from autumn, as the table is interactive with the walls itself, and they've basically called a retreat.
I have to go run and do a thing, so I will be back. There's gonna be possibly a guy showing up. Sheila, can you take care of it? He's got my dress. If he doesn't show
You had the dress.
I got the dress too, I know.
Wait, hang on. I thought I was gonna pay for all that. Can someone let me know what's going on?
Oh, I met this man Asmodeus at the party.
Oh,
And he wanted information for a favor. So
okay.
I
Great.
gave him information, I got the favor.
Okay.
Now that favor is giving me a legion of his guys, but they can't really tell the difference between us and the bad guys, so
Got you. This isn't like a fake favor. Oh, also, how quick are you gonna be back? Because I have something I need to tell everyone,
Right.
but I'd like to do it all at once.
You've already voiced that you need to tell people something. Reverie still has
Oh,
their
no,
point
I
to
was-
finish.
No. This is Arya saying that now.
Yes,
Like,
I know, but Arya has already said that she has something
Oh,
to tell people. So Reverie still has their part to finish here, and then we will come to you, I promise.
okay, no, sorry. That was more like her asking like how long it was gonna be, kind of
It's
thing. My
alright,
bad.
It's fine.
it should be quick. What time of day is it?
It's beginning to settle into kind of like the late hours of the afternoon, verging into early evening.
So it's twilight ish.
I guess you
getting
could
there.
say it's verging on twilight.
Okay. Well, I can do my air thing, so we're good.
Okay, cool.
I'll be
Be
quick.
safe.
I'm gonna dart and go cast Hollow on the gate.
Okay, so you make off towards the wall with your running on the air thing. Takes you about 5 minutes to get there. As you reach down,
Okay.
you cast Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does Hollow do? Please remind.
You touch a point and infuse an area around it with holy or unholy power. The area can have a radius up to 60 feet, and the spell falls if the radius includes an area already under the effect of a hollow spell. First, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead can't enter the area. Nor can such creatures charm, frighten, or possess creatures within it. Any creature charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature is no longer charmed or frightened. Second, I can bind an extra effect to the area. And I can also exclude one or more of those types of creatures from the effect. So I'm obviously going to exclude the Fae and the Fiends because I want them in the darkness.
Okay.
And I'm adding the darkness effect. So the Fae can't see, but everything that's in there that isn't, you know,
Okay.
an Eladrin or Fae can. Because I'm evil.
I love it.
It's also touch. It doesn't take it. It's like an instant one, which is cool. So yeah, I cast it and fill the area with darkness, and then I'm dipping back to camp. Back to the war room.
The moment that darkness is cast, can you see through your darkness?
Weirdly, no.
Okay.
You would think I could.
You see forming around the darkness, just around the border of it, encompassing the total area, but you don't see the total design that's made. But you see cracks in the ground start to form a perfect circle. And then you see more cracks, almost coming out like points from 9 different areas on this circle. It's a circle with a 9-pointed star. And then you just see the circle outside, and all the lines that are connecting, it disappears into the darkness that you can't see. It starts to burn, like with infernal flame. Infernal flame is, you know, like where normal flame is kind of like yellow into, like orange into yellow. These flames are like red into orange. So they have that very crimson, burning aura to them. And then as you're leaving, you just start to hear the sounds of like horrific squealing and cackling and the sound of lots and lots of chains. And let's say small explosions. Well, apparently Asmodeus is the most charming being that has ever lived.
Asmodaddy, yeah, he is.
As my daddy. Okay, cool. As my daddy used to say.
I'm going to run back to the war room.
And you make your way back to the war room. Elion, while Reverie's off doing this and while they're doing that, we're going to come to you briefly for your reaction to this change for you. So Logon has backed right the fuck up. He's staring at you with fear all over his face. Please tell me you haven't just become one of those freaky things that's out there trying to break in.
Don't think so.
Oh, I'm not going to lie, Elion. You look very different.
Like in a good way, or in like a...
Like you're going to sit in the corner and stare at me uncomfortably way.
So not in a good way.
You look like the music that you like requires a lot of screaming.
Definitely not in a good way.
You look like you'd hang about in a graveyard.
Okay. If
You
we
look-
can refrain.
You look like you write poetry that ends with nevermore. Sorry, I just had to get my emo slagging in there for a wee bit.
I'm gonna go.
Please do. It's very unnerving.
You sure you don't?
It's very unnerving.
You don't want it now. You don't want it now, right?
It's very unnerving. The entire, like, being close to you makes me really scared.
Just put in a good word.
With who?
Okay. The people. You speak to Reverie, who speaks to the others.
People of Autumn, this is a good word on behalf of my friend Elion. He's the weird one in the corner there mumbling when I was a young boy. My father took me into the city.
Here's the good word. Where are you?
Reverie sends you ascending. Elion, where are you? And your immediate reaction is, and I'm so sorry.
Welcome to my life.
Just you're very good friends with Reverie, who's very good friends with the others, and when they see me like this, they're going to get a bit. So,
Oh, you want me to come with you?
I'm not. No. You got to stay here.
Okay,
But
thank
when they eventually come to you, because I've come to see you, and they're smart, and they're going to figure that out, and I'm going to come back, leave looking like I don't know this. They're going to get. I'm going to go.
You get to the door before he goes, Elion.
You make one more joke. You're going to need the cards.
Are you alright?
I leave.
Ooh. Elion's been the butt of jokes for so long, it's really hard to deal with, like, feeling bad for him. Right, okay, so Elion, you make your way back to the war room. By the time you get back to the war room, Reverie, you can be landing. Guys, you see Elion enter.
Real quick, could I have found armor? Because I am currently naked. Because I had mage armor, and then that got taken away at me at the party.
We'll say that as this has happened. What's fair to put on you? Oathbreaker, we're going to run with it. Chain mail put a sort of basic chainmail on your body that has formed over you.
Sure. Cool.
In response to you becoming this.
Cool.
And the chainmail, instead of your armor turning colours, the chainmail that came on, like, the chain itself is like you know, like chainmail when it's been ripped and tattered.
Mm-hmm.
It hangs like that at the sleeves. It very much looks like somebody's just found like a dead paladin in a tomb from 100 years ago and went, that armor will do, shoved it on you and painted it black and gunmetal grey.
Cool.
There's the clinking of chain. And literally as Elion steps in the room, and because of the aura effect that Oathbreakers have, you guys will immediately, not necessarily you are frightened, but like there's a cold shiver up your back. And he definitely does not look like normal Elion. However, and I will note this, his eyes do not look like any of the other undead, nor do they look like any other Summer Eladrin. Just before people immediately start going, oh, it's a dead one! Quick, smack him in the head! Smack him in the head! He doesn't look like he's dead.
I'm gonna approach. Would I also see the spike thingies?
Yeah, this circlet is very visible.
Okay, Elion, you, how? And only with like a moment of hesitation, she kind of like reaches out and grabs your hand and looks you in the eye and asks, "Are you okay?" And I'm gonna cast
the moment you touch his hand, he is cold, very cold to the touch.
I don't let go though, and as I ask him if he's okay, I'm gonna use my Fey Touch feat and cast Sense Emotions.
Okay, what's the saving throw required for that?
No saving throw, that's an automatic one, unless someone is immune to being charmed.
Eladrin, you have a resistance to being charmed, so I think we discussed.
It's specified immune, not resist though. We've done this before, so.
Okay, surface level emotions, Elion. How you feeling?
Numb.
There you go. That's what you get back. He feels numb, which I believe is not entirely too different from Elion on a normal day.
Or the song he now listens to.
No, that gets to Arya because she's sensed his motions before, but numb is an interesting one for Arya, I think, because before those travelers came into her life, that was the emotion that, even though she's always been empathetic, was one she felt the most. So that immediately, like, just, you can see the visible concern and worry for you on her face. Like, there's no mask at all. Like, she is genuinely worried for you. About you.
We have work to do.
Okay. We'll come back to this later then.
We can come back to it soon, just not with...
Yeah. I've got some things to help with it. I know you said your prerogative is to make sure that you carry the burdens of being alone so no one else has to, but my prerogative is making sure no one else has to feel alone. That includes you. Just so you know. I'll go to the table.
Sheila, Reverie, any reaction to Elion's new appearance?
Revera's just gonna kind of arch a brow at him and go, "I didn't know all of that was makeup. That's incredible."
Yep.
Black's a flattering color on everyone.
How about we deal with the siege, and then we talk about my makeover?
Yeah.
Right. Koljata, was that enough for that gate, you think?
You can already see on that war table, like the over in they had what was obviously like piles of black sand to represent the undead. It is going down in number. Like, the black sand is being replaced with the normal sand they're using to show the rest of the city. You call in a favour for the ruler of the Nine Hells. Tends to do the job. The only issue is the cultists to the south now.
Oh no, the it was for the cultists, not the undead.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Other way around then. Okay, so in that case, it will still be having a good effect. Not as good, because a lot of devils do fire damage. But they're now being met with an opposing force. So, unlike the zombies who would just keep going and going, they're now having to retreat, rethink, strategize against an unseen enemy. It's definitely having an effect. It's maybe not dwindling their numbers quite as much as it would have on the other side, but it's definitely slowing down the assault because they now have to retreat and rethink. Kojata looks at it and is like, it's definitely giving us some breathing space. It's good.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really me. Like I said, I met a friend at the party, King of the Nine Hells thing.
I guess it's always good to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, he was lovely. Um, so now we can take care of this wall. More decisively without, some stress.
I've already redirected all my forces there. The number of undead that's being reported back is alarming.
What's the number?
The estimate is currently sitting at around about 10,000 undead.
Oh, just a careful number. Mm-hmm.
We have about 3,000 active soldiers here, right now. And I can tell you one thing, when you cut off one of their arms, they don't feel it. But my soldiers do.
Right. Well, I have personal beef at that gate, so I'm more than happy to go to the wall and help.
Any leads on the person inside the gate?
None. We haven't been able to find them.
If there's any information if I don't know if this information will help at all or not, but I know for a fact that the main undead entity that's on its way is Maltharian Dawnstar, who has been commanded by whatever turned him into a Death Knight to come after Logan. And I also know that I don't know what his position in the cult is, but I do know it's probably high ranking because the patriarch of the Dawnstar family, also had one of those gold masks, and the cult's calling card, Solus Primi Sumus, we are the sons first, was the saying under the Dawnstar banner. So I think this goes a lot older than we think. Apparently, he's been a part of this for ages, judging from how long he had that creepy mask on the mantle. And it's also concerning that I don't know if you're at all familiar with celestials or celestial beings, but there's one in particular he's apparently been hunting down for a long time. And I know that this one is the child of the embodiment of celestial death, Asriel, my ancestor, apparently. And the fact that they've also partnered up with Magda, who is raising the undead, and now they're after a celestial who's connected to death somehow. I don't know what the big picture is yet, but I know the connecting dots are there. And speaking from personal experience, even though he's been retired from the military for centuries, if the patriarch of the Dawnstar family is involved in this, then he will find ways to... He will not have any mercy. He doesn't even have mercy on his own children. He burnt my ones off.
Kojata puts her hand up and is like, Arya, I understand you're giving us a lot of information here, right? But I need the relevant stuff. Because right now, we don't have time. So do you have information that can help? Linked to this Dawnstar family and they're linked to this cult? Do you have information that will help us in this moment right now? Or do you have information that will help us long term?
I assumed that was at least.
You know,
Sorry.
you know who this Death Knight is, yes?
Yeah, considering that they were my brother.
So then that would mean that you are a member of this Dawnstar family that you've just told us are part of this whole thing.
Not all of them. I know for a fact Altern on Dawnstar is not a part of it, since Evan on Dawnstar, who tried to burn me to ash today, who was a big member of that cult, tried to kill him as well, and kill me. I know that Saren Dawnstar is not a part of it because he's an Archmage professor in Winter.
Okay, I get it. One of your brothers is an asshole and your father's an asshole. Right, what can it, do any of you know about this? Like, what can you tell me about this brother who is a Death Knight? What can you tell me about him?
He's the strongest person outside the 4 leaders.
You've seen the undead. They don't stop. They don't rest.
And it's likely that Magda's controlling him. And that's as much as I know, because I'm not tied with my family anymore. By any political standards, I'm an orphan of the courts. A disowned, unwanted outcast.
Okay.
But that is what I know.
Well, then it sounds to me like it's fairly obvious what has to be done. We need some people to go to the gate and try and find this Magda fellow. Perhaps killing him will get rid of the undead. We need other people to go and fight this crazy fucking Death Knight who's apparently the most powerful person out of the 4 leaders. So,
Idea that might be helpful now.
what idea do you have that'll be helpful now?
You say you have a weapon that could help against the undead.
Yes.
That one in particular. So it would help if you got the jump on him somehow, a sneak attack, which would require a distraction.
I need to reiterate to you, this weapon it will kill an undead.
I know. But either way, a distraction to help you get the sneak on him would help.
If a distraction could be had, then yes, that will help.
Ariel just gestured herself.
Okay. Kojata is going to put her hands together. Have you ever fought the undead, girl? Have you seen what they're doing out there? They don't... I know what you're offering. You jump out and he sees his sister and it's surprise and shock and awe. The undead don't feel. They don't think. You jump out in front of him and it's not going to be a distraction. He's going to cut you down.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time one of my brothers tried to kill me today.
Yes, but it will be the one that probably succeeds. At which point, we are one person down, and it was really all for nothing then, wasn't it? Right now, you have to think like a soldier. You can't go thinking like...
Like a bannerman?
I have no idea what a bannerman is.
I'll just side-eye Elion.
You can't go thinking like some hero in the fables and legends of old. You have to think like you are looking to survive, not like you're looking for a martyr complex. I'm not saying you have one. I'm saying that idea will only lead to it looking like that's what you had. Your brother is gone. He's not there anymore. That's a reality of the fact. That is a statement of simple fact. So you cannot approach him like he is your brother. You have to approach him like he is a brain-chomping, skull-crushing, innocent-killing member of an undead legion. If I put a weapon in your hand and tell you to walk up to him and drive it into his face with zero hesitation, can you do that?
I mean, I've been known to shatter bones and rupture eardrums with my music.
You're dancing around the question, and I'm sure you're a great dancer. In fact, I've heard some great things about it. But I don't need somebody to dance around questions. I need a statement. I need an answer. If I tell you to kill your brother, can you walk up to him and kill him without hesitation? If I tell you to approach that husk that wears your brother's face, can you kill it? Without hesitating, without pulling your punches? Or do I need to send you to the front gates to hold them off and try and kill this Magda fellow? Which one will you be more useful to the people of Ottoman? And Kojata is being incredibly direct here. She is being, you can tell from no insight check needed, she's being hurtful. But she's being hurtful because she can't worry about that. She has no space to worry about potentially saving someone. She has to worry about her people, and right now her people's main threat is they're about to get chomped. So she is being hurtful, but she has no other choice other than to be this blunt and this hurtful. She puts her eyes over all of you and goes, if any of you see a loved one down there, will you kill? Without question, without hesitation, will you kill them? Because that's what we need right now. That's what Autumn needs right now.
Almost all of my loved ones are already dead. The only ones that aren't happen to be in this building, or what did he say? Away on emissary business?
She'll turn and look at you, Elion.
Mine's safe, as far as I know.
Sheila?
Think mine are safe, but if they're dead, then they're dead.
She's then going to look to you, Arya, and in this instance, Arya, when she looks at you, there's a bit more kindness in her face. She's said what she has to say, but she looks at you and it's still the same question.
The only person I know without a doubt loves me is a million miles away. But as far as people down there that I love, and she'll kind of look to her party. Right now, the people I love need me here more, so wherever they go, I'm their bannerman.
Okay. Then it's down to you. Do you want to go hunting for this potential, never stopping, unstoppable force, Death Knight? Or do you want to go and try and cut the head off the snake? The question being asked is, it's like a video game where you get to pick which route you go. Do you want to go and fight the Death Knight? Do you want to go and face down who in life was the greatest swordsman that came out of the Feywilds in centuries? Think along the lines of, we're not even talking like for Game of Thrones lovers there. We're not talking Jaime Lannister. We're talking Arthur fucking Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Or do you want to go and fight the necromancer responsible for this shit from the beginning? I already know who Revere's got a gun in for. Like, Revere's like, fucking give me that spinkly bastard.
Listen, he left my house standing. I gotta know why.
We're the only ones that can physically take Malfurion. If we don't go for him, he wanders through the streets and kills thousands of people.
Well,
you really want to chance Magda on a what if?
The other option is that Kojata would be taking some soldiers and going up against Maltharion. I will say, I will make the same rolls for her that you guys would be expected to make. This is the option where NPC death's a possibility, because I will roll it as if it's a combat.
I'm
Either way, Kojata's going up against one of them.
I'm gonna be honest, I can instantly kill a bunch of undead down at that gate, but I cannot instantly kill Maltharion.
I mean, I can possibly tell him to fuck off, but I don't think that's going to do much. He'll just come back.
I'm very good at crowd control. I don't know how good that would be against one fighter.
I'm good at offering support. I've got a few hitting tricks up my sleeve, but I'm no warrior. I'm just an artist.
The thing on the table.
Uh-huh.
No, just to them. The options on the table. We fight the greatest swordsman to come out of the Feywild in centuries. Or we fight arguably one of the greatest spellcasters to exist in our realm.
We know what we're up against with Maltharion. We don't know what we're up against with Magda.
And if we send regular soldiers, we're just feeding him more to his army.
But if we send Kol'Jata to Malfurion and Malfurion wins,
then Autumn is hurt as well.
Same could be said either way, though.
So I guess the real question is, where would helping who make the most difference? Give us the best fighting chance.
do we even know where Malfurion is?
You know that Maltharion is somewhere inside the walls, somewhere in the city. But he's not like the person sneaking around and sabotaging. He's just marching. The thing I'll also give you is that, you know, at least when it comes to basic undead like zombies and skeletons and stuff, you kill the necromancer and they drop.
Yeah.
So while Maltharion might kill a bunch of groups of soldiers and potentially kill Kojata and her group that go up against him, if you can take down Magda, you can potentially, if he's the only one controlling that army, you can take down his whole army.
Take out the root, kill the plants.
Unless we use Logon as bait.
How so?
Take him to Magda, because then we can deal with both of them at the same time.
This is giving us a very tricky situation, though.
Well,
we
we
have
said
10,000 undead. A very powerful necromancer
All I'm
and
saying-
a death knight all
All I'm
together.
saying, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying wherever we put Logon, Malfurion marches that way. If we move
So-
Logon into the place with the least people in it, he marches away from the people.
that's
I'm not
true.
saying it's a
but
good idea. Just laying out all the options.
Plus, if we get him someplace that will kind of bottleneck him and make it harder for him to, I don't know, environmentally. If we can put him in an area that gives us field-wise an advantage, that could be something.
Plus, he would be in no danger. If you have a wall of force, they can't reach him. Just put it around him.
But then I'm completely out. That's all I
Yeah.
can focus on and do.
Yeah. Magda's the logical choice.
I've got
I
something.
just-
in-
We all have
What
some
if we
personal
could-
vendettas against him anyways.
What if we
Yeah.
could do a little bit of both?
That was my plan and you shit on it. But sure, go ahead.
Right. You wanted to put Logon near Magda. I'm saying I can summon a Celestial and put Logon in the air where they can't get him.
As far as I know, the undead can't fly.
Exactly. The only
Sure.
one that can fly is a flying snake god, which I haven't seen since Red Sun's Hollow.
Sure, but Magda shoots your Celestial with a lightning bolt and now Logon is falling 50,000 feet
Oh, I have a spell for that.
while you're being punched in the face by Malfurion and Dawnstar?
That doesn't sound like fun. That last bit, not quite so much as fun. I mean, I could kind of fly around with Logon, but that would be a little not fun for me.
All I'm saying is when you put someone in the air, you leave them in one position. The only way to go is down.
I'm not levitating him. He's going to be attached to a guy who can fly.
And not everyone is afraid of flying like you are. Also, I've got a lot of healing spells as well, and if I can spare 10 minutes before we get moving, I can give us a bit of a boost, give us more of a chance of, not dropping dead.
I'm just saying this gives us an opportunity to draw Maltherian out without endangering Logon too fiercely. If we can do it within the city walls, we already know he's here.
A moving target is harder to hit.
What's the verdict?
What if I defect?
I'm sorry, did you
from
render defect? I didn't hear.
Defect.
Oh.
From protecting Autumn?
Yeah.
Then I will gut you.
What if I don't mean it?
Then you'd be running away like a coward, which doesn't strike your style.
What if they think I mean it?
Huh?
When we spoke to Solus, I expressed interest in joining his little powwow. If I go out looking like this, offer information on the insides of the palace, Logon's location, could get us close. I don't know how well you are at hiding.
I don't necessarily think I need to hide personally. I think as much as I have a beef with Magda, he has something with me.
I mean, but how do we know he'll buy it?
We dash him.
I thought you were talking about the cult for a second, and I was like, I don't think you want to go out there right now, if I'm honest. That gate is a very bad decision for the next several hours.
I think what
it boils down to, sorry to cut you off, but what it boils down to is all of us have said we want to go for Magna. We're just trying to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out how to reroute Malfurion so he doesn't tear the palace down while we're gone.
So you're saying sorry to cut over you. You're saying there that all of you want to go for Magda. You're just trying to figure out the way to go about doing it.
Yeah, more or
I think
less.
that's the consensus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
I believe the consensus was rerouting Maltherion so we can deal with Magda.
Kojata is going to stand up. She's going to go, I know how I can buy you time to get rid of this Magda fellow. She's going to look at you, Elion. She's going to go, I'm going to use your plan.
Oh,
makes it.
I threw out a lot of awful ideas.
I'm going to take my 10 best. And we're going to take Elion into the streets. It's a horrifically risky move, but it's the one that makes sense. It'll draw Maltharion out. If it's his orders, he's also not going to be thinking of anything except marching straight into it. It's an ambush out in the open. If I can buy you any amount of time, do you think you can kill this dead-raising moron?
If we can't kill him, I think we can get damn close, and I think we can cut his numbers significantly to the point he's going to have to retreat.
Yeah, we'd have to all four of us going on it, but that sounds like a good idea.
I mean, I could do it on my own, but the backup would be nice.
Whatever vendettas and whatever hatred you've got for this Magda fellow, bring it up now. We need it.
I can spare 10 minutes. I think I can give us a bit of a boost as well, including you.
Whatever you can do would be helpful.
I can't do that, but I can do this. I'm gonna reach up and touch Koljata's face and cast Death Ward.
Awesome! Kojata now has Death Ward. I'll take a note of that. Arya,
Alright,
what is it you're doing over 10 minutes?
Well, first I'm gonna give a few plucks of my violin, and I'm gonna give Koljata Bardic Inspiration.
Okay, so Kojata also has a Bardic Inspiration, and your Bardic Inspiration is a D8.
Let me just double check if that increased with my level up. Give me a sec.
I don't think it does at level
No,
10.
it's a D10.
It's a D10 now,
No.
okay. So it's a D10.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
And
vote of consent.
what's the other thing that you want to do?
I'm gonna take 10 minutes and use my Inspiring Leader feat to give us all extra HP. She's
Okay.
gonna stomp out a rhythm, keep that going with Minor Illusion, like a steady heartbeat.
Okay.
And she puts that's almost like a grungy, bluesy fiddle kind of thing, like a mix of like autumn, but also a little bit of spring.
Okay.
That just speaks of grit and determination. And it's gonna sound like Hosier's song "Angel of Small Death and Codeine Sea." Just that kind of like high rise to like marching forward, not knowing if you're heading towards heaven or hell, but knowing one way or another you're gonna land on top.
Okay, fantastic. So now you guys all get how much temporary HP do they get?
Give me a second. That is gonna be each gains 14 temp HP.
14 temporary hit points, guys. Kojata gets that as well. Fantastic. And we will... Is there anything that anybody else wants to do before we enter into the going out stage?
If they're gonna use Logon as bait, I want to cast Death Ward on Logon too.
That's fine. When Logon is brought out, you can... Well, when Logon is brought round, you can cast Death Ward on him as well. I'll take a note of that. So Death Ward on him and Kojata. We've got Inspiring Leadership. We've got a Bardic Inspiration on Kojata. Is there anything else?
Oh, you know what? Yes, because it takes a second to cast.
Okay.
Right before we walk out of the war room, Reverie's gonna kind of rub her hands together and go, I haven't done this spell before, so give me a second. And kind of clap her hands like she's ringing a bell.
Uh-huh.
And from the ground, there's going to be this kind of, it's like that starlight, that's her magic.
Uh-huh.
And ghostly hands are going to reach up and start pulling themselves up. And it's various Eladrin and Fae. One of them looks remarkably like Logon. Another one looks remarkably like Reverie. And when she turns, the wings have that kind of iridescent glitter of a rainbow. As she is cast Spirit Guardians.
Awesome. We love a Spirit Guardians cast. And if that's everything, then that's where we're going to wrap for today. And I'm going to give you an after credit scene here. We're going to go away from autumn. We're going to go up towards. We're going to go into the east. Yes, we're traveling east. And we hit the borders of spring. That verdant canopy of green that is stretching far beyond what your eyes can intake right now. And as the last little bit of the sun peeking over at the edge of twilight dips down, light comes from the forest. As an ever-growing number of mounted Eladrin charge out. They're led by an Eladrin with a crown on top of a helmet. They carry banners as they charge towards the direction of autumn. As the king has pulled his forces and is riding. That's where we're going to end the session today. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks for everybody coming to see us today. If you like what you've seen here, go check out our social medias. We've got everything. Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, all at World Tree Quests. Please go and give them a follow. I am getting better at being more active on them, I promise. Another thing to do consider, guys, mostly if you do want to support us, please go and hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. It's the best way that you can help us. Watch some videos as well. We've got loads of different shows, and be sure to check in so you're up to date on the goings on with our new mini campaign, Welcome to the Academy. I'm not going to plug myself here because I'm not really doing anything right now, so that's all I've got. It's just the World Tree Quest stuff. I'm going to pass over to my players and let them plug anything that they might have. Harry, if you get anything you would like to plug here at all?
Only that being nice gets you screwed over, so don't do it, because it is horrible. Just be selfish, self-centered, narcissistic. Done.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that. Give me just a moment, guys. Ash just mentioned me there that she had to run, so I'm just going to switch over to this very quickly for it. Thank you very much for that, Harry. If you do want to go and check out any Ash's stuff, it's at Ash Howard Music. Do go and follow them on all their social medias, where you can see them be absolutely fantastic in an entire variety of ways. Reverie, anything for you at all? Not Reverie. Liz, anything for you at all?
You can check me out on all social medias as Patron of Chaos. Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok. I forgot TikTok for a second. If you want to see my face, this is the only place you can do that. But if you want to hear my voice do a sweet southern drawl, you can check me out on Dice and Tables podcast, where we play your favorite TTRPGs wrong. Brand has to turn me off because he does not appreciate my southern accent. However,
southern accents do things to me. I'm not allowed to hear it. I can't do it.
I play Miss Constance Devereaux on the first season of Dice and Tables podcast, where you can find us where all podcasts are played: Spotify, Apple, Amazon Music, Amazon Podcast, all of it. You can find us everywhere. That's it. I'm done. You can come back now.
Yay, it's safe. Thank you very much for that, Liz. I'm only just a little bit traumatized. And last and most certainly not least, Khadija, anything for you at all?
Hi, if you want to check me out on other platforms, I am most social media platforms at Khadija Al Kubra, mainly on Instagram, Twitter, Archive of Our Own. If you like fanfiction, I write it there. I am just narratively long-winded in my fanfics as I am here. But mostly you can find me on TikTok, where I'm known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. If you like wholesome tavern horror, D&D kind of stuff, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat, I'm the gal you go to. But as far as playing D&D goes, I'm exclusively here. Also, to any viewers who might also be observing Ramadan, happy Ramadan and almost nearly Eid Mubarak, depending on when the crescent moon is going to be sighted. So we'll see if it's tomorrow or Wednesday.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Khadija. And definitely, whether it comes tomorrow or whether it comes on Wednesday, whenever the crescent moon is spotted, happy Eid Mubarak to all of our people who follow the Islamic faith and who are practicing that right now. We hope that it goes in easily and that it goes in pleasantly for you all. If that's everything from my players, then it's everything from me. Well then, thanks for coming to see us, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch. With me today we have had Patron of Chaos, we have had Just Harry, we've had Ash Howard Music, and we've had Khadija Al Kubra. from all of us here at Wild Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, break an oath, it's funny. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.